It is still lagging like crazy. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Let me close the game. How many problems does this fix? Oh my god, it like fixes everything. Why is the game so resource heavy? Wait, why didn't that go through? Do I not have sound alerts on this one? Wait. Wait. No. I thought I did. Hold on. Browser? I fucking didn't. I swear I had it, bro. I'm so sorry. Hold on. I'll redeem another Vine Boom free of charge. Wait. There we go. Okay. I don't know why RE7 is like consuming all of my fucking resources on my computer. Let's figure this out. Hold on. You guys can probably tell the second that the game boots because the stream's gonna start buffering, I bet. So far so good. So far so good. Oh, and there it goes. Yeah, okay, we're buffering a smidge. Yeah. Many warnings. Many warnings. Yes, I know. Thank you, RE7. Okay. Yeah, the second I load the game, everything lagging all the time. Okay. Let me play y'all some music while I figure this out. Hold up. Ugh, okay. This is so ass. Okay. I mean, of course I have, like, VOD on, but hold on. That's my PNG tuber. Task manager. Damn! RE7 and OBS are just eating my RAM. That's cool. Okay. I've tried putting on like a setting that might make this a bit better. So true. Okay, so apparently stream is caught up now, so I think if I just leave this fidelity super resolution thing on, it might be okay. Because yeah, my stream is suddenly not struggling anymore. So we're gonna go with that. Okay. Oh wait, hold on, let me turn off Judith by a Perfect Circle. It's a good song, but I'm not gonna be able to focus. Hold on. I love the song though. Oh no, I can't fucking full screen. Damn it. Okay. I should have left the music on. I'm gonna be staring at this hand for a minute. Thank you, ominous noise. Also, if the game is too quiet, let me know, because I think my settings are still calibrated for Stardew Valley at the moment, so I'm gonna turn that up a smidge. Aha! Okay. Okay, so hopefully that's better now. Yeah, my my OBS isn't dying, so we'll take it. All right. Boom. Yeah, fuck off, man. Okay, so does Jack look like Mr. Baker, like, on purpose? Like, is that the intention?
You ain't getting away.
Can you back up off me? You're not that guy. They're technically the same guy? What? Can I like attack him while he does this? I guess I'm not good. Why does he get the cool? Ah! Why didn't that work? I hate you. Okay, okay. Come at me, bro. What the? Okay. Okay, if he starts the animation, I can't do it. That's fine. Oh. Dude, I'm getting my ass beat. Hello. Damn it, Ethan. Okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay. I need that chem pack. Okay. Okay, didn't work. Yeah, ow. Yeah, okay. Okay, hold on. Thinking with my brain, I got this. Yes, I know. Yes, I know. Yes. The game is like, you need. Okay, so I can use the enhanced ammo. I guess I'll just switch to that. I only have 2 of them, but it's something. Can I, like, rearrange things? I want that there. So I can just switch. We're getting there. Ever so slowly. We're gonna get there, guys. We're gonna get there. But is Jack like a reject? Or... Ow. Can I like use these ordinarily? No. Dude, what is your... Get the fuck off of me.
Guns aren't much use around here, son.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, whatever. Beat me up. Call me gay. No! Shotgun shells! Why? I shouldn't waste that ammo this way. Ugh! I hate you. I hope you know that. I'm just gonna start stabbing you. I don't care. I just don't like you. Okay. I'm running. I'm running. Oh my god, I'm limping. Give me this chainsaw, give me! Okay, got it, it's fine. Okay, move, Ethan, move. That didn't work. What the fuck? I hate you. Not that he cares. Okay, juke him. Ankles. Whoa. Let's not get too crazy, guys. I know it's a tall order of the Baker family, but come on, guys. A parasite in my brain situation? What? Bro got mind flayer tadpoles up in there. Alright. Okay. Oh, I broke it. Okay. Now you're gonna cut my leg off. I'm out of chem packs. I missed. Yeah, okay. Okay. I gotta just not get hit. Just don't get hit, guys. So easy, guys. Just don't get hit. Okay. Combining, yeah. Quick turn, right. Deeper you go, the more vulnerable. Okay. I know that. Okay. I just wish that one thing consistently dropped a chem pack. That would be so useful. So close. I was really close. I was really close. Yes! Okay. Small victories. I was close. Back up off me. You ain't getting me, son.
You think you're gonna hurt me?
Uh-oh. Whoa. You ain't gonna get me. Oh my god. I'm out of ammo.
That gun is not gonna work the way you think it will.
I can actually. No. It's actually crazy. I keep mispressing though. But that's crazy. I got an achievement for that. Oh, I actually have no idea. Ow. Wait, how would I figure that out? Mine's VSync, so it should be like 144, but I have no idea. Oh. Because that's my refresh rate, right? And then I have VSync on. So it should match my display. So max should be 144. I actually have no idea though. How do I check that? Should I like limit it? Variable frame rate. I could change it to like a specific thing. I bet. Where's my water at? I'm sweating. This game got me sweating. Hold on. Leave it variable? Okay. I see. I got you. Fuck you, Lord Drop Time. There's a game I play nowadays. FedEx truck. Oh, cool. I would play a similar game with cars with my brother, but he knows a lot more about cars than I do. Leave it variable. I got you. Okay, back up, back up. Whoa! Okay. Ow. Fine, fine. That's cool. Ha 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 ha! Get fucked. Okay, so when he's all fleshy, I should do this. Okay. Okay. But until then, just keep it up with the normal attacks, I think. I'm waiting for you. Fine. Okay, that didn't work. That didn't work. It's fine. Okay, never mind. I need that chem pack. Got it. Got it. Die, 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 die. Please die. Oh, okay. Oh. That didn't work. Kick it! Oh my god. I swear to god, Ethan. I swear to god, Ethan! When I say kick the thing, I mean kick the fucking... I missed. And then I fired, and then I fired, and then I missed. I missed both times, and then I fired, and then I fired, and then I missed. This went on for several hours. And then I fired, and then I fired, and then I missed. I fired. I hit something, but it wasn't what I was going for, so I guess I missed. Oh, wait, actually? Finish him! Oh, wait, actually? Oh my god! Oh my god. What the fuck? Huh? Huh? That's it? Oh, thank fuck. Holy. Okay. Ooh. Well, how do I get out of here? Open the door. Open the door. Oh, he's just gonna chainsaw it. I'm scared. I'm scared, Ethan. I need to look around. Is it stuck? Okay. Thank God. Get me out of this place. Oh, you broke it. Well, It would have been too bullshit OP if you were to have a chainsaw the whole time. Okay, so now I have all the things. But how do I heal up? Oh, I have a chem pack. When did I get that? Okay. What game? They're at it with the lawnmower again. Were we not satisfied earlier? What? More lawn mowing. Are there gonna be more monsters now? I'm ready for those mold things though. Are we serious? Like, if you're loud enough to get picked up on my mic, you're being too loud. Lord, alright. Alright, where do I go now? I guess I'll just go to the front and, like, free myself. Wish I had more of those stimulants that let me see everything. I'm probably missing a bunch of stuff. I mean, not in here, though. I already walked through here with the stimulants. I did this already. Any more chem fluid for me? No? Alright. Is it Fallout that has chem packs? I took the long way around. Oops. Oh well. Alright, let's save the game. Who's singing? Oh, Grandma? Nope, not Grandma. Okay, okay. Save! Alright. Poo dog. Hi, Grandma. What do I have in my inventory? I have the other head, the ski, and I have an herb. Okay. He in there, any? One save is diabolical. I just didn't think about it. It's just... I'll go the long way around to avoid him. Or at the very least, have a chance to hide from him. I don't have a crow thing either. You know, in here, there's another shotgun. I remember that. Or, nope, some kind of gun. Wait, what is that? That's crazy. Jackie's gone for now. For now? Can he be gone forever? That would be great. Aww. Fun fact, this stealth mechanic is so shit. Well, I heard humming in here, so I thought there'd be somebody here. Oh, he waiting for me. He waiting for my ass to come out there. He's like, come outside, we won't hurt you. Oh, Lord. Yeah, I read that already. Because I heard humming. Oh. They gon' get me. You ain't getting away. Escape to the yard. Well, it says I ain't getting away. Oh, heck no. Where the fuck am I going? Where am I going? Guess anywhere but here. I don't like these noises. Check around the bushes? Okay. Running isn't good for my stealth though. Okay, bushes, bushes, bushes. Ooh, what's this? Separating agent? Okay. So I can take my ammo and make more chem packs? Ah! I don't like these noises. What the hell is that? I can't get closer. It's weird. What is that? Do I want to know? Herb. Oh, it's just the wind, I think, that I'm hearing, but I keep thinking it's something scary. Where am I going? Can I see what my current mission is? Explore the yard. Oh, okay. So I can just do whatever. Cool. I do have a button to quickly turn behind me. I keep forgetting about that. Oh, a safe room. Oh. Oh, I need coins. I can buy these things. Stabilizer. Why would I take this? Okay, thank God. A broken handgun. I'm assuming that's a more powerful version of my gun. So if I had a repair kit, I could fix it, but I don't. Okay, ads in 3. Hopefully nothing exciting happens in 3 minutes. Does anything exciting happen in 3 minutes, guys? Excuse me. Hello? 911, please. Guess not. Uh-huh. Another coin. Is that what the antique coins are for? Oh, I'm an idiot. No. Do I reload my save data, guys? Oh, no. I'm snoozing the ads. I don't have any more VHS tapes besides the Mia one. Should I have more? A lot of kickback and a lot of stopping power. Might be the Magnum. So I have a handful of these, but should I have not put that in there? My money. Good thing I was collecting those then. What is this? Oh, okay. Increase max health indefinitely? Wait. That'd be really useful. I'm not very good at... staying alive. What do we think? Okay. I definitely need this one though. My ass is really bad at staying alive. Give me this. Okay. What? Okay, so it heals me fully and then increases my max health. Okay, I see. That would be useful, but I only have... I have enough for that. I guess I'm definitely have to keep looking. As I'm leaving, she calls me.
You made it. You're
Yes.
the first I've ever seen make it this far.
So what is it you need me to do? Is it gonna help me get out of here?
Yes. Now listen carefully, Ethan. My family and I, our bodies are contaminated. I can't leave the property unless I get it out. And the same goes for Mia.
Uh-huh.
Is there a way to get it out?
We need the serum. It should
The
clear
what?
whatever this stuff is out of the body. As long as you're not too far gone.
Alright, so where is it?
If I knew where one was, I'd already be long gone. But I have a feeling my mother has hidden some inside the old house somewhere.
So if we get this thing, I can help Mia and we can get out of here?
Right. And so can I. The old house is near the water. You can't miss it.
Alright.
Okay.
I just hope you can handle my mother.
Your mother?
Be careful. They'll be looking for you.
It'll be fine. It's fine. This is a cute little place, though. What's this? I feeling we don't read her, so don't be like mom and dad. It's all her fault. Should I run? No, I can't. I'm dead if she finds out. That woman she was with me and knows something. If I had the serum, I could cure myself. I had to find out more. Oh, was Zoe living here? What? Alright. I guess they don't care if I'm in the yard because they think it ultimately doesn't matter. I gotta get a key card or something. Ooh, supplements. Ooh, supplements. I could find more things. Should I take supplements, guys? Oh, hey, look, more things. What's this? Oh, I wanted them shadow things. Okay, ad break in 3 again because I snoozed it. Gonna be less than 3 by the time you guys hear this, probably. There's the door. Ooh, gunpowder, okay. Is there a way to, like, increase my inventory space? Because this is not a lot. My OBS is minorly struggling again, but I'll take that over collapsing. The scorpion key is only used inside this house, or should I keep it on me? Oh, chem fluid. Okay, hold on. You can store it, okay. This chem fluid is helpful. Oh, I can't make shotgun shells. Oh, okay, wait, I can make the psychostimulants. It was a stimulant, I'm correct. Ooh. I mean, I'm currently, like, fine. I'm fine. What's this? Neuro rounds. Affects the nervous system? What? For grenade launcher. I don't have that. And I'm missing something here. Yeah, let me see if I can, like, examine and find more things. I feel like I've missed, like, a lot somehow. I gotta get used to hitting this. There are times when it freaks me out, I could just whoop. And flip my ass around. Gross. I wonder what's behind here. Under the stairs. Okay. Which stairs? Oh, great. Ad break. Alright, stairs. There's a coin. Hello? Metal sheet by the stairs. Oh. Am I stupid? Wait. Metal sheet. Metal. Oh, look, guys. I'm really bad at finding things. Just hang on. If I make the psychostimulants, like, if I could find it, I'm sure. I can't miss it when the game... Oh, okay. Metal sheet by the stairs. I found it. Okay. Aha! I'm so smart, guys. Okay. Can I go back inside? Because I could always separate them back out, although that's not really... I think that would only take the chem fluid and I wouldn't be able to have it back. Okay, let me go put these the supplements up. And then I can fix it. I got this. I'll put that in there for now until I figure out how to use it. Okay. Can I go back inside and grab the old shotgun? Oh. Okay. I found it. I was looking around like, guys, wait, hang on. And then I found it. It was like right here. It was in between the stairs. Found it. I gotta go put up more things to grab the old shotgun. The broken one. Okay, I found that broken shotgun behind, like, a scorpion door upstairs. If that's the correct... Oh, my bones. Broken shotgun. I feel like I've already had 2 ad breaks and I've barely been live, like... Oh, well, I forgot, yeah. Last stream broke. Right. So, I have this broken handgun. We'll put this up for now. Or, put... Ethan, don't be obtuse. Thank you. Okay. So scooch you over. Last. The damage is better. Okay. I can handle that. Especially because, hold up. Oh wait, no, I have to take the antique coin later, but there's an antique coin somewhere around here. What's in here? Oh, okay. I'll remember that. I say, as I definitely will not remember that. Okay, so hold on. Where was this antique coin? Here it is. Which might be enough for me to get the thing that lets me reload faster. Nope, not enough yet. Okay, that's okay. But give me gun repair kit. Okay. Cool. Wahoo! All right. Let's take this with us just for a handgun ammo in case I need to make more of it. See, if I hadn't put one in here, I could have grabbed. Ugh, but do I want to reload my save and do all that over? But reloading speed increases indefinitely. Oh, that'd be good. Or should I use... What I could do... I do have these supplements. If I combine them with the chem fluid, I can make the psychostimulant. And then I could just try to find more ancient coins before it wears off. But I feel like I've been pretty observant thus far with the ancient coins. Antique coins. Probably not that observant to remember what they're called. I was close. Let me see if I can like look around for more. I need the lockpick, right. Oh, okay, I took it. Cool. So, where's a place with a simple lock? Might have been upstairs. Hold on, let me see. Ethan, your running speed is like nothing, bro. It's so nothing burger of a running speed. Another snake door, right? There's all of these snake doors that I can't open. Yeah, one time Mr. Baker was up here and it scared the shit out of me. Ethan might detest it. Was it in here? No. Well, damn. This is where I found that broken one, the shotgun. And then I had the Mia tape, which I survived through, and I was so good at it. Oh, but I could probably open this. Give me this. Shotgun shells, that's it? Bro, you're joking. Oh yeah, and then I jumped down here to escape Mr. Baker. I was just doing some shit, 'cause I was in this bathroom and he scared the shit out of me. Well, I didn't see that before. Dude, why am I suddenly, like, starving? Is it because I'm actually up and moving before fucking 5 a.m. or 2 p.m.? What the hell? Eating your words. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it's true. I'm already kind of low on shotgun shells. And I can't craft them yet, which is bullshit. I can, like, pop things at least. Pop, 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 pop. What is that? What building is that? Okay, oh wait, hold on. So, search the old house for the serum. So, by the water, you said? Something like that? Is that the house that we couldn't enter before? His running speed's kind of better outdoors. Maybe he's just scared of running indoors. You can't craft shotgun shells ever? That's so bull. Oh, that thing is the old house. Okay, great. Oh, the thing that Mia was in. The place where Mia was trying to escape the mom. Okay, great. Don't like this. I don't... Don't like that. She gonna jump me on this bridge. Ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Ooh. If there's items outside, that's concerning. That one's just full of bugs. Great. My sweetheart's piano is rat filled. Alright, let's see how badly we're gonna get jumped when we enter this place. Should I save? I should save. I fixed the gun and everything. I would hate to have to redo all that. Wait. Bug house. Oh! Okay, great. We get the scene with the wall where Ethan's like, fuck, fuck. And he's like shimmying and then there's all these bugs coming out of the wall. Great. Okay, at least it's not dolls. Save. Actually native to Japan, not Louisiana. Huh. Interesting. Okay. But then I would like to know what her deal is with this. Like, you are not that guy. You are not Sid from Toy Story. Oh my god! Oh my god! What the shit? What? What? Hey! Do I have to fight these? Hello? I wasn't expecting giant bugs. Okay. What's this? Flamethrower! That would be beautiful right now. That would be great. Oh, I'm suddenly like starving. Y'all want to take a snack break? I can't imagine Ethan would be hungry in this scenario, but like he should be. He hasn't eaten all freaking day. What is that? Oh hell no. You just ate ramen? Oh swag. I need a fucking snack. Hold up. Get some music on for y'all. Cause I'm suddenly like starving. Like not parched. What's the other word for like famished? Ooh, typo negative. We should go back to Judith. Hold on, wait. Cause we didn't let it finish last time. So hold on. Let me get a snack. Y'all chill for a sec. Hold up. Oh my ass. Okay, we're back. I should like mute my mic or something. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm back. So, I think my body's not used to me actually being up and moving before like 2 p.m. and it's like, what the fuck are you doing? Because I've been just sitting in my bed most mornings to afternoon for most of the break, and then I'll like come alive at dinner and then stay up all night. Hmm. These cookie things are not like the best thing in the world, but they're pretty good. There's like a Belvita breakfast bar, but I never eat these for breakfast, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, I'm saving the other half of my snack for when I get through bug hell. Oh wait, we still have another half of the song left, never mind. This shit is a banger. I'm glad you put me on this. Can you imagine? That would be kind of gross, I think. Yeah. I'm just eating straight cheese right now, guys. Here's to hoping the horrors aren't too bad. Because the big bugs do not inspire confidence. I mean, I hate bugs. As in, I'm afraid of them a smidge, but not in like a, I think I'll be okay with seeing them in the game kind of way. It's more like in real life, I'm like, ah! Ah! But, man, those are huge ass fucking bugs. Okay. I have to shoot this? Oh my god! Never mind, never mind! What the shit? Get the fuck away from me! I hate this game. Okay. So maybe I need the flamethrower to continue onward. What? I love these high definition textures. But if I put this game in high definition, I can't stream it. What the shit? Okay, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to just run by it? Okay. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! What the crap? They were on my ass! Oh my god! The nest, not the bugs! I'm not spinning a shotgun shell on you. What the shit? Why can't I Why do they hate me, bro? The second I try to run past, they just swarm me. What am I supposed to do? Knife for bugs. Okay. Knife on them. If I die, I die. Back up off me. Never mind. What? Again, what is with this? And I've been stung to death. What the hell? How are you Bro. Okay, shoot them down. Okay. So I can shotgun the hive. And that would work. Okay. Let's do that. Been a couple of years. Okay. Well, based on the hints, it said to, like, shoot it down. So I'll do that. That is the weakest stab I've ever seen in my life. Ethan. Finish off an enemy with a knife? That's an achievement. Ethan's gay little stab. I mean, really, like, what is this? Oh, gross. If it takes more than 2, I'm gonna be mad. Is that destroyed? There's 2! This is bullshit. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna reload that. Because I'm not wasting all of those shotgun shells for some shit that I can't even... Like, let's be real. I would like my shotgun shells, please. Okay. I'll try to go the other way then, with only one hive. So maybe I can go that way when I have, like, the flamethrower. I got an email from who? Michaels. Okay, so let's go this way. She's upstairs, don't go up. Or I could have just walked around it. Oh my god. I didn't mean to do that. Back up off me. That was way more ammo than I wanted to use. What the shit? Why are you following me? Why? 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 Fuck my fucking Chungus life, bro. Well, I remember where to get the spider at least. Ooh. Does the chem fluid stack? No, of course not. Why would it? Ooh, we look nasty. Well, okay, well it was out here before. Well maybe I guess I gotta go this way. Yeah, definitely I want that flamethrower. Please don't fall out from under me. Please don't fall out from under me. Okay. Oh. Oh, thank God. Huzzah. I was just thinking about that. You're gonna drive me crazy. Anything else? No? Okay. Well, the spider was there before. Where did it go? Ethan, that stab was so horrible, bro. Can I like close this door? Okay. What is that? What can I do with that? Flame rounds? Huh? Okay. I figured they would jump on me. I got an achievement for using the knife to do that. Okay. I don't have a grenade launcher yet, though. Fuel for the burner? What burner? Okay. Oh. Ooh. I can hear a lot of things behind this door. Yep, 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 yep. Okay. Lovely! Oh, if only I kept the lockpick. Ugh, but the shotgun ammo I need. Needed it, so... okay. I really don't want to pass back through those rooms. With the goddamn bugs trying to kill me and shit. I'm like trying to comb over everything, like any little thing that could possibly be here. Wait, how do I make it? I thought I needed more than just the handle. Is that what the burner stuff is for? I don't have the thing on me to tell me how to make it. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Wait. Okay. I don't actually remember how I was supposed to make the flamethrower. Oh my god, they're gonna get me. They're gonna get me the second I open this door. Which bug room at this point, bro? There's that one, and then there's that one over there. That was... It jumped me the second I opened it. You can hear the whole hive move the second that I come near the door. Shack? Shack. Got it. Because I got this burner fuel stuff, but... Excuse me. I got this part from out here. Is that all the parts that I need? What I... Hold on, hold on, hold on. I have grip. I don't have nozzle. And then I can make burner fuel. And the grip, but I don't have a nozzle. There's another shack. Okay. Looks like there's something out that way. But, you know, if I can get past the bugs. But, okay. Is this the fuel for the flamethrower? Excuse me. Let's try making it. Just to see. And then can I, like... Okay. Can't combine it yet. That sucks. I don't care if it burns me. I just want the bugs gone, alright? So it's legit, like, right there. After this area, try other door. This one? I stand back far enough, they might not come after me. There's definitely something, looks like there's a thing here. Ah. Fuck off. Okay. Can I do that without getting myself killed? Let's see. Nope, I immediately got my ass stuck. Wait, actually. Ah! Is it this thing? Ah! Open it! Open it, Ethan! Fucking herbs, that's it! Ah! Ah! They suddenly are not pissed at me anymore? What is this? What is that? Is that more burner fuel? Oh, where I picked up the chem fluids. Oh. That was somewhere else. Wait. I picked them up over here. I picked them up in there. This is where I got them. Oh. Hello, I'm blind. Okay, lockpick. Cool, I can go get that lock now. Psychostimulants. Oh my god, bro. And the most unobservant award goes to... Oh, I need a crank. How come they're not attacking me? But this guy is. Get over here so I can smack you. Alright. Oh, here it is. Okay, wait. I have inventory space. How do I put it all together? Combine the nozzle together. Let's go! I have so much ammo. Okay, alright. We're ready. I'm so less worried about this area now. Let's get 'em! Yippee! Die! Okay. You gotta be more conservative about that, though. Damn. Okay. So, I have all these things. I have extra fuel. I have a lockpick. I can unlock this thing. Wait, give me that. Yes! Bro. About to say, like, how do you lose with a flamethrower? Won't even think about it. Die. Okay. I can aim. Bro, they try to put in some fucking Febreze in here. Okay. I wonder what I could find. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. There it goes, I think. No, apparently not. There we go. All clean. What the shit? Oh, the spiders. Like a little spritz. You know? They're still there, bro. That's crazy. Listen, hey, more fuel, more fuel. Cool. I'm nervous to use the first aid med kit because I know that is this like in the normal one or is this? No, okay, it's the normal one, never mind. Never mind, I'm not nervous about it. Lather that shit up, boy. There you go. Alright, let's save, let's save. And hopefully we can find this thing. Got that one. Let's get this one so I can get through. Oh. Wait, Uma moves me on my phone. Which Uma should I train? Gentle Donna, I think. If you haven't already maxed her out. Right, she's in the game, right? Okay. Oh, what in here? Do I wanna know? Hello?
Ethan?
Mia!
Ethan!
No more bullshit, Mia. I want some answers.
No, she's only. Oh no.
You're right, and I always wanted to tell you.
Or February?
But I can only remember a little, and the rest is just gone.
Get your hand off my wife.
Mind if I borrow mommy for a little bit? Why don't you stand there? Do something!
Ethan, help!
Damn it.
He got my ass, Loki. Well, don't just stand there, like. Ethan, he got your ass, not gonna lie. Okay, oh, here it is. Okay, well, I guess that's all I came in here for. Oh, coin! Damn it!
Stay the fuck out!
What the crap? What am I supposed to do? Why is she being a hater? Am I supposed to hide from her? Like Mia did? I can hear her. I don't know if I'm supposed to like hide. Wait, where the fuck is she? Go, Ethan, go. Go, Ethan, go. No! I always press the wrong button. Bro, it's the spider! Oh my god. You were so much more forgiving with Mia. What's different about me? There we go. This must be where the bugs happen. Yep.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck.
I would think the same thing, bro. There's nothing to hide behind this time. I could go to where Mia was hiding. Wonder if I could save down here. Oh, there's things. Well, now I have 2 psychostimulants. Oh, look, it's the crank. Oh, those stack, but the chem fluid, nah. What do I do? Oh. I have a stack of herbs. You can only stack 5 herbs? I can consume that by itself? Fuck it. I just want the crank. I knew it was a good idea to look down here. Another crow door that I can't open. Okay. Should I make the strong ammo? Do I even have any more of that left? I do. But where do I store that at? Also, these would be really good. I don't hear footsteps. I think the game's just wigging out for no reason. Okay. But the crank's all the way over there. There's a sneak past Marge. Get in that room and get back there and get to the crank. And that's why we don't have tickets for wrestling, because all you can think about is Vincent's crank. Why did I say it like that? Ugh. Okay. If I make ammo, I can free up both of these spaces. But then that's, you know, a waste of chem fluid. But I can't get to the safe room. And I could. I think I could do it. Sorry, Ethan, you're gonna have to go back through. He hate me, I'm sure. Just tormenting him. Yep. All the bugs, just for you, Ethan. Okay, let me go put this up. Okay. When the door shuts, every time I think it's like, who behind me? But no, that's just the game doing that. I don't have a reason to use it now. I want to save it. Okay. Okay. If I get back over there, I could put the crank there. Is Marge still here? Yep.
I told you you don't belong out here. There you are! Ah.
What? You don't know where I am. How would you know where I am? I'm literally hiding as we speak. Far as fuck away from you. She's back in that room, damn it. Don't move. Oh my god.
I told you to get out! It's time!
Ha 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 ha.
Yes, my kiddies! Sucking shit up! Show yourself!
You don't know me. Is she gonna come out here? Or is she just gonna stay over there? It'll be fine. Okay. What the fuck? I'm literally flamethrowing them. Die. What? What do you mean? This is bullshit. Are you joking me? I have to be closer? Oh, ad break in 3. There we go. Okay, crank it up. She gonna get me. Go. Go, Ethan, go. I don't even care. Okay, okay. Looking around for things that might be useful to me. Okay. Finally! Okay. Okay. Get this shit in there. I wonder where the snake key is. I wonder if she's still there. Sometimes I decide to change up like their whole pattern. Right, I already got everything over here. Oh my god, why would you do that? Good thing I noticed it before it started stinging me, but oh my lord. Okay. Hey guys, just did some mining off camera. Oh my god. Okay, excuse you. Hold on. I was just thinking about that ad break. Sorry guys. Come back, you guys. I've just finished the game. Oh my god.
Pay attention, boy. I want to show you something.
I'm good. I don't want to be shown anything. Thank you. That mannequin scared me. Oh, my health is like not great. Okay. Did that. So I think now I should go back that way. Oh. Like, if I close the door, she can't see me.
Where'd you get yourself to? Hmm? Where are you?
Go, go, go. Run, run, run. Okay. Putting Ethan once again through the horrors. Go, Ethan. You can handle it. You're fine. Ugh, I don't like these bugs though. Ugh. Alright. My sibling would love this. Ooh, look, I can make more flamethrower fuel. Wonder what other stuff I'm missing. Okay, I won't open this door until— oh my god! 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 Sorry? Hold on. Okay, you're back? Because I was like, let me know when you're back, because I think I just triggered something major. Oops. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ethan! Oh my god. Marge 1, Ethan 0.
All right, you little cocksucker. Let's get down to business.
Oh, what?
You think you can walk in here and have your way with my family?
Hello?
God only knows what you and Zoe have been up to. Come here, my pretties.
Hold on.
You're gonna die in this hole, and you're gonna like it.
I picked a horrible time to reload.
For messing around in places you ain't supposed to. I've about had enough of you, young man.
Save me!
Eat well, my pretties.
Somebody save me. Ah! Help me.
Not nice, yeah. You're not going anywhere, mister.
Oh, bro. They gonna get me. I'm dead. I'm not dead? Wait, can I take it? Oh. I don't care. I'm out. Bye. Okay. I should have saved a chem hat. Oh wait, but isn't there one right here? I'm fine. Okay. I was so scared that I totally fucked that up, but I guess not. At least not majorly. We're fine. Okay. Think I wouldn't notice? Even after everything that happened to Evelyn, you just keep talking about some strange medicine. What are you planning to do to my altar? You better keep those sticky fingers off of it. Nobody touches my sacred altar. You think your father and I are idiots? You spoiled, pathetic child. I wish you'd never been born. Okay. Never been born. Unforgivably pathetic, yet always looking down on us and trying to leave our home. After everything we've done for you. Pathetic, 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 pathetic. If you ever even touch my altar, I'll slice off your chest and serve it up as pot roast. Okay, damn. Anyway. Oop. Why do I still have the crank? Open the door?
What the?
What?
I think that's it.
So, what? What does this mean? D-series. Do I need to make both of these things? Or this thing? No, I don't think so. So, D-series cranial nerve, D-series peripheral nerve. I guess I'll find out. Damn, Zoe, you keep jump scaring me.
Well, did you find a serum?
I just got done dealing with your mom and her fucking bugs. Wish you could have warned me.
Sorry about that. What about the serum?
Yeah, that was fucking awful.
But I did find out we need to make one. A D-series head and an arm. This can't be right.
A head? I think I have that around here somewhere.
You do?
Casually?
I don't know about the arm, though. Have you searched the whole house?
No, not yet. I still need to check the second floor here.
All right. Check it out. Meet me at the trailer if you find it.
Okay. I'm putting my ass on the line here. What the voodoo doll? My ears have been ringing all day and I haven't been able to sleep since the child showed up. It's like Zoe says. Something strange about the child and the woman she brought with her. I'm seeing things, hearing things, can't stop feeling nauseous. I went to see the doctor in town and he gave me an x-ray. What's happening to me? The child gave me a present. I put the present in the secret room right at the back of the second floor where no one will find it. That arm is a sign of the child's trust. That arm will lead us to happiness. Anyone who corrupts that happiness, I won't allow them to live. Great, great, beautiful, splendid. Alright then. Damn, I'm like stacked on handgun ammo. But I got no freaking shotgun shells. This is ass. Oh. There I was getting ready to fight more big bugs. Was I able to grab her lantern or something? What? Something equally heavy? Looks like a rat. Like dried out rat, but a rat nonetheless. Nope, okay, thank God. Because I would've been like, bit late for that. Okay, we'll look around. I wonder if this would help any. Do I need this crank for anything else? I mean, operate various devices. Probably then. Let's see. Where are more things at? Beneath me? Well, it's not like I have to deal with her right now. What? Oh, she mad. Oh, she's mad at me. Is it... Do I go down there? Hello?
What the fuck? Well, that's special.
about that. Like before I get in this hole kinda soon? I don't like the smile. Oh no, okay. Hold on. I wanted to go grab things, but the game says no. Well, the only save point I know is back this way, so I have to keep putting Ethan through the horrors. Can you, like, shimmy any faster, man? Damn. Okay, what do we have? Do I need this crank for anything emergent? I should go put these coins up too. Ooh, if I could go back to the trailer, I could get the thing now. Ooh. If I also go back to where Mia was earlier, I could get that other antique coin I couldn't pick up. Maybe I should do that before I progress much further. Well, if you're gonna pant, I can try to... I guess I can keep you from running everywhere. I'm gonna make sure there ain't another one in here, just to be safe, just be safe. I like how low res these textures are. Like, some of them are like fine, and then some of them are like, who made this? Why did I go this way? Well, the other way even. Damn. How come we react so much faster with that flashlight than like anything else? Oh, I meant to go put the antique coin down. My bad, Ethan. Oops. Hold on. Oopsies. I'll keep this on me just in case I need it, I guess. Having this would be good. Make sure I don't miss anything. Why do these centipedes really like this wall? Well, I guess I have to go down here to get her lantern from her. I'm ready. Is Ethan also from Texas? Now that I think about it. I don't like this. This looks like a well. She gonna get me. She gonna knock this thing over. Or jump me at the top. Oh, I'm back in the yard, I think. I'm on the other side of this fence. I am technically still back in the yard. Cool. I'm gonna go buy this thing now that lets me reload faster. Because, yeah, that takes another 8 still, and I don't have that many. Does that also heal me? He's actually from LA. Damn! You're pretty good with these guns for... well, I guess I don't know what the hell the stereotypes in LA are. Like, if you were Texan and you were bad with a gun, I'd be like, dude. Okay. So, like, should I... is that like a now thing? Should I, like... But I guess he is out of his depth then, because I'm sure he doesn't really get stuff like this in LA. Way more urban. Ooh. See, missed that. Hello. Oh yeah, I had a treasure photo earlier, but I had to get rid of it. Is that the toilet in the RV? Okay. Well, I don't have the 44 mag yet, so I'll just put these away. There's like another treasure photo, and I ended up having to toss it. VOD, please don't crash my whole PC. I just want to look something up. Hold on. Right, something about, yeah. In front of the fireplace. Yeah, I did look at it. I looked at it several times. I just didn't have inventory space, so I need to go back. Here's the photo. Isn't that the fireplace from... yeah, it is. Okay, so let me go back in the house right quick and find that. That's like easy. Easy dub. Cause it's like here, I think. Fireplace, fireplace. Aha, yes. So it's somewhere here. Oh look, I didn't have to buy one? Does the effect stack? I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. I'll look this up. Steroids. It stacks? Let's go! Okay, cool. I should have used it earlier instead of the chem fluid, but oh well. Chem fluid, fucking first aid fluid, whatever the hell. What game am I thinking of where it's called chem fluid, or am I just fucking up? I could just be fucking up. God, I'm being blinded. Okay. Wasn't there a crow door in there? Oh my god, wait. Let's just take... I hate that little crawl space thing. Crow door. Ow! Yo! Okay. I don't have enough fucking inventory space, but it's cool. Hold on. Because the safe room is like down the hall. Did I open this already? No, I didn't. Oh my goodness. Remember guys when our biggest problem was the like mold things in this hallway? Good times. Okay. So I have a lot of things. Can I take the stabilizer now? Cause not gonna lie, it'd be awesome. Okay. Yes. Let's go! You're a lot braver than I would have been about it. Alright. I wouldn't have been able to look, so good on you, Ethan. Alright. I keep picking that up. I want to close this drawer. It's annoying me. Okay. So let's grab that launcher. I'm assuming it's gonna be like big like that. Where am I? Okay, okay. And I was correct in my assumption. Alright, what am I really gonna use this crank for anything? Ooh, okay. I think, oh. Well, both of these are good sounding, but I don't have any solid fuel. Yeah, okay. I assumed it was like a one usage only thing, but then they put it back in my inventory and I was like, what? This seems really cool though. And see, it already comes with burn rounds, so it'd be nice to have more burn rounds, but I do not. Okay. Then at least I'll have it somewhere, just not in my inventory, taking up space. Oh, wait a minute. I mean, like a little bloody, but like I can like eat that if need be. So yoink. Oh, you can only hold one at a time. Okay. Oh, look, I could make more. Ugh. Okay. Let me go put those up so I could get this stuff. See, I don't like these loud ass bang noises. Nope. There you go. Put that there. And we could pick up the strong burn stuff, the fuel thing, and then we can use the strong chem fluid to make more rounds. Do we need gunpowder right this second? Because yeah, we could definitely make more of it. Yeah, sometimes it's just crazy loud. But I guess it's to build up this like scary atmosphere. Which I'm sidestepping by being a little goofy. Okay, so should I make more rounds? I think they would stack, wouldn't they? They have 2 strong chem fluid, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So, I think... Ah! Keep pressing on the wrong buttons. If I take this... This is true. I would assume that they would be. Oh look, and I can make 2. Yes! So I can make more... I can make those neuro rounds later. For right now, I like it. Okay. I still need this flamethrower. Okay, well, I should get back. Oh, wait, no, don't go this way. We could just go this way. I didn't put the herbs back. Let me have that. Okay. I see, I see. So let me get the herbs back. Well. I could make the neuro ones. I have these. Where do I know of other crow doors? So you know what? Before I like move on, there's a crow door upstairs, I think. And then I could like put that up, maybe. Or is this a snake door? Can I check the map for these things? Yeah, it's a snake door. So crow door. Well. Yeah, okay. So snake door is what I'm looking at. And then Morgue has a snake door. There's whatever workshop door there is. Shit ton of snake doors. What does this mean? I think I got everything from the crow doors. Maybe not. What is that? Oh, legend. Locked snake door. Small keyhole. Okay. The small keyholes can do lock picks. I'm assuming the other kinds of locks and locked doors are either crow or snake doors. Or locked by some other means? Not snake doors. Snake doors have their own drawing. I can't remember seeing a lot of other crow doors. Mostly snake doors. I guess this family has a weird thing with snakes. Okay. Let's go put this up. Or, yeah. Not that one, wait. Supplements. And the strong chem fluid. And I could just start blasting. Yeah. Alright. I'm ready. Locked and loaded. We only have 2 coins. That's not gonna get us the magnum yet. Wonder what door I'm supposed to go through. Very windy. I haven't really used the separating agent yet. What is she, like a zombie? Ugh. I mean, I guess all of us are kind of zombies at this point, but like, not the point. Excuse me. Not exactly. Okay. Oh, I didn't grab the... Hello. I'm like, oh, let me go put the blue chem fluid back. No, I didn't grab it. Okay, good job. Alright. We have run all the way here for nothing. Do I need the knife? I don't want to use pistols on like boxes and stuff though. I'm out of ammo for this. Do I have more bugs I need to deal with? She might like be like, No, my scarab! And I'll be like, fuck, I'm cooked, I don't have my flamethrower. So, or does she turn into the bug and then it's like, go my scarab, but it's just her. It's the stupidest shit I've ever said. Anyway, hold on, let me put my other earbud back in. I'm ready. Oh, I had to go the other way anyway. Alright. These poor plants. Wonder, is this house part of the boss? Like I just said, the boss fight is in the house. This feels like a boss fight area. How equip? I meant to use the knife. Lovely. All right. Get your ass back over there. Just looking everywhere. That was also loud. Everything's locked from the other side. Ugh. Damn. As much as, like, I have 2 stimulants. If I end up in a tough spot later, I'd be okay. But I'd like to, like, not have them take up my inventory space. Fuck it. Just go. I have no time for regrets. And then we can make more ammo. I don't know, we'll see. If the battle ends up going, yeah, fuck it, wee ball. If it ends up going poorly, then yeah.
Don't you worry none!
Hold on. I reacted too quick. I immediately was like, I didn't even do anything. Okay, where'd she go? I guess she's gonna follow me upstairs.
Gotcha!
Oh, what?
Nowhere!
What? Okay. Oh wait, so not aiming at that. Not aiming at that does less damage somehow. Think I remember you telling me this. Okay. I don't... Okay, so she's the bug. Cool. Okay, I guess I have to wait for her to come down. Rapunzel, Rapunzel. Let down your hair. Oh, hey, look. I could. Nope, I can't. Okay.
Gonna get ya. Let's see you scamper your way out of this.
Watch me. Watch me. Where you go? Where you go? How the fuck did I miss? You were right there! How are you out of ammo already? Bro. Okay, so if she up going beast mode, oh, I think I need to go back up there. Okay. Why didn't that work? Fuck my fucking Chungus life. Fuck my fucking Chungus life. Where'd you go? Put that there over this thing. I don't like that. I don't like this. What did I just pick up? What am I picking up? Bro, I'm like wasted all my ammo already. Okay. I think she's in the walls.
You got nowhere to go now.
She's in the walls. She's in the goddamn walls. Was I supposed to follow her out that way? Oh, look, there's stuff down here.
Getting away this time.
Okay. I don't have enough space. What? Hello? I don't like it. I don't like it. Any strong chem fluid down here? Bro, I don't have any inventory space! Eat this. Take this chem fluid. Huh. Why are you giving me handgun ammo? What am I gonna do with that? Oh, she's like far away from me. Why do you sound like you're choking, girl? Damn. Ooh. Okay. So clearly I'm gonna need it for something if it's giving it to me. Okay. Everything's connected. Here we have a circle. Smooth and inoffensive. This will be the basis for your revolution. She behind me, isn't she? Yep. Okay, we have a lot going on at once here. Okay. Okay. Okay, move that. These bugs are so like, you're not gonna get me, you're not gonna get me. I'll get you eventually. Ah. Thought I reloaded, apparently not. Okay, juking him. Whoo, dog.
Stay dead, okay?
Whoo, doggy. Let's go. Ethan is so fucking done. He's like, now just stay dead, okay? Yippee! I ain't got no shotgun ammo. I ain't got nothing. Oh my lord. Like, all they gave me was handgun ammo. Like, who does that? I kicked ass. Thank you. Even though I somehow wasted all of my freaking grenades. I still did that shit. Hell yeah. Alright, there's a lot of chem fluid and stuff here. See, I have like an abundance of handgun ammo. Who needs this much handgun ammo? At least that stacks. When's the next backpack upgrade, guys? Oh, look. It would still take up inventory space, regardless. But all this stuff is neat. I just need to remember to come back here. So let me go to the trailer, I guess. Real fast. What's happening? What am I hearing? Oh! Something good, for once. If I walk out here and something jumps me, I'm not gonna be a happy camper. Okay, I'm gonna go clear out my inventory, like put all that stuff in the chest, and then take a psychostimulant, and then just start looking for things. Okay, so like I know where I'll need that at. Ah! You. No, I'll keep that on me just in case. You. And you. And then psychostimulant. And then I'm just gonna start looking for things. Okay, nothing here. Oh well, that's probably the Magnum. But I have to pay for that. Burner fluid. What's here? Where are all of these things? Oh, these psychostimulants are also here. I forgot about that. Chem fluid. What's in here? Herb. It's here. More burner fluid. Bop, bop. Is that everything? No way. Okay. Well, I've definitely got enough now, at least to burn down a hive. Cool. Yeah, what's this way that she didn't want me to look at? Oh, yeah, a whole bunch of nothing. Super nothing burger. Fair enough. Oh, wait, there's something on the other side of this wall. How get to there? What? Oh, you know what? I bet if I go up them stairs from before, I could get up there. No, where am I? Oh, yeah. I bet it's that fluid from before. The separation fluid. The blue one. I think he just runs less fast indoors. Like, Ethan, this is no time for manners. You're running for your life right now, man. I still don't have a thing to lockpick that with. What? Wait, what? Where? I just wanted to get to there. I thought I couldn't reach it through here. What? I thought I couldn't get to there. Okay. I was like, I want to go to there. I figured that was the one thing that I was missing. Ugh. All sorts of gross in here. See, if I were Ethan, you'd have to count me out. This is like all the things that I don't like. Mold and bugs. Nope. Like, you know what? R.I.P. Mia. What can I use these cameras here for fun? I mean, true. He just really cares about Mia. But if I were him, I would have been like, oh, okay, bye. I would have turned around. The first sign of trouble. Like, you know what? This is a job for the police. Even though that guy died. But Ethan would have known that. And I wouldn't have known that. I would have been like, well, lovely time meeting you all. I'm leaving. Yeah, I think I would just cry. He's stronger than me, though. Okay, ads in 3. Damn, I've been live that long? Shit. Okay. So I could make more of these, which would be nice. What else can I do with regular old chem fluid? Burner fuel. Do I have the solid fuel still? I do. Am I gonna need the flamethrower for anything else? Because I'm done with the bugs? Because you said it was kind of buns outside of that. Okay. So... I'm just not gonna worry about it then. I'm gonna put my knife back where it belongs. And... I'll keep the solid fuel on me just in case I find strong chem fluid. Fair enough. Need this for sure. Not sure what to do with these other chem fluids. If only I could just break it open. Well, no shit. It's not a videotape. Okay, now I gotta go back to the old house. Where's the old house again? Other way, right. Wait, there might be more bugs in there. But she's dead. I don't want to go in there without knowing with certainty that I'm not about to get got by bugs. Oh, okay. Never mind then. I trust Ghostly on this. Hold on. Alright, let's go! Let's go! I could have gone back through that tunnel thing, I guess. Not really. Never mind. Okay. I need to go to there. So glad to be done with these bugs. Oh, ads. Don't worry, I'm just gonna be experiencing the horrors. The what? The what? I used it for that thing over there. There's a shortcut? Where's the shortcut at? There's another what? Wait. Let me get this crank. I wasn't going through there to torment him on purpose. Hold on. If there's a way for Ethan to not be crawled on by a million centipedes, I'll do it. Okay. Okay. It's on the other side, isn't it? Okay. Well, Ethan, you're gonna have to deal with the centipedes at least one more time. You can do it, Ethan, I believe. I figured you could do something with this, but I wasn't sure what. Oh my god. Crank it up. Well, good thing we wear shoes. I still have the crank. Why? Why would I still need the crank? Just take the crank from me. Ethan, it's either running around like this or having to deal with the centipedes. You choose, man. Okay. That's like a wall. Does not do his cardio. Apparently not. But me neither, so I understand. Excuse me. Alright, well, he's getting quite the workout. I fell. Oops. Go on, man. Yeah, right. So we saw that. Ooh, up on the piano. What the hell? What the hell? Oh, what the hell? What the hell, Yante? Okay. Ready? What? I don't like this. Nope. I don't need the flashlight flickering either. I could do without that. Alligator. He's just a little guy. Fuck. Somebody in here with me? Why? Like, I like how my screen's like covered in blood and then it's like, yeah, you're fine. My family. Oh god, I'm not dealing with Evelyn yet, am I? I mean, I guess the entire thing is dealing with Evelyn, but like... I thought that was next game. Leave me alone. No, the next game is Miranda. What the fuck? Is Evelyn the one that has the thing with dolls? The hell? What is this? A boat and it's broken and everyone's dying. Okay, great. I feel like Corey in the fucking like Amanda video, like ah, and it's like nothing's happening. I don't like it. Oh, if there's more mold creatures, I'm fine with that. I can deal with that. Mm. I was ready. For nothing. Let me get out of the mold, and then I'll... Something's wrong with her. Well, no shit. Oh, really? How did you come to that grand conclusion? I love clear my corner. Why dark?
Stay away.
Was she supposed to be over here and I was I ended up looking at the wrong spot? Okay. Well, I can't, though. I need the thing. Am I about to let her out? What's behind this door? I'm ready. I'm ready. This is depressing. This is sad. That's her bed? Oh, baby. Murderous baby, but still a baby. I forgot I could do this. That's gotta be Evelyn or something, right? Oh, she gonna get me. He hates this as much as I do. Good. Good man.
Oh, God. I guess this is it.
You. And it's gonna grab me. Oh, okay, no, we're fine. What if I didn't have inventory space? Okay. Certainly. Ethan, you're not as freaked out as you should be. What? What? What am I supposed to do? Am I leaving now? Can the music stop like crescendoing before I figure out what I'm supposed to be doing? I'm just gonna leave now, but that was my bad. I should have tried to aim better. Am I limping? I am. Stimulant time. And it increases my max health. I'm ready. I'm ready. Like, can the music stop freaking out? 5 headshots is all it takes. 1 kiss is all it— oh my god, what? 1 kiss is all it takes. Falling in love with me. Okay, we gotta get the fuck out of this house. See, like, why is the music being so fucking freaky? Quit. There's something here. Whoa! Why are arms so big? It's like one of the special ones that was a bitch to kill last time. And I got it, it's fine. That's why I said I'm ready. Y'all ain't gonna get me. It's fine. Still no one on this piano. Okay, I guess now I gotta go meet. Speak of the devil and she shall appear.
Did you find it?
Yeah, I got it. Are we really gonna be able to make serum with this thing?
It'll be fine. After we make it, we can get out of here. Together. I'll be waiting for you in the
Are
train.
you already in love with me?
Right.
Damn, girl. I haven't even seen each other yet. You don't know if I'm ugly as fuck or not. That shouldn't matter though. But like, I could be a total asshole outside of life or death situations. You never know. But I mean, Ethan is a pretty good family man, so she's good. She told me. Okay, good, good, good. Yeah, so Ethan, I hate to break it to you, but like, this is not normal. You should have already been like horribly infected, inflamed, and dead. I mean, but I also don't play RE games, so this could be like considered normal. Uncover the secret in the old house. Okay. So, did they like keep Evelyn locked up in there or something? Because she's like considered like there's something wrong with her? Or somebody's not happy with me. I can tell. Alright, I'm going to the trailer, right? Yeah. Where the fuck are you?
Now where the hell are you? You know, never mind. We only need the head, and you've got it. This is gonna help Mia and me, right?
Hey, buddy. I thought you should know. I decided that Zoe needed a timeout.
You should have waited for her to talk.
And Mia are
no.
here with me. And they're keeping each other company.
Just let them both go. What do you need them for?
That's family business, Ethan, and not your concern. Understand? Now, if you want the head, feel free to come by anytime and
This
I'll give
fucking
it
guy.
to you. But only if you participate in a little activity I've put together just for you.
What activity?
Oh, I know you're excited, but don't worry. It's not going anywhere.
I hate this guy already.
First step I need you to take, partner, is for you to take a peek inside the fridge in the trailer there.
Fuck you.
Oh, come on now. Don't be like that.
This isn't the.
You wanna have
This is Mr.
fun,
Baker,
don't
right?
you?
It's the
Now, look
dude who looks like he
in
works in
the
like
fridge.
like like he's a comp sci major. Oh, gross. The head is here though. See, yeah, what's with this? Oh, wait, there's something on the back of it. Dissection room, bitch. Okay. I'll have to call me a bitch. Damn. Okay, dissection room. I remember where that is. It's down there. Oh. Damn. Okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. What's with this? Why is it like strobing? But I don't think it was like that before. Huzzah. I thought I saw something and that scared the shit out of me. Yeah, what's with this? What's with this? Is this like a key card thing? It looks like a key card thing. Welcome to paradise. That wasn't here before. So these lights are new and I'm not crazy. Okay. It's not totally crazy. Yet. Okay. Why the music getting weird on me? Stop it. What's over here? Oh, that's the house that, yeah, that lured me in. Yeah, I immediately looked at that fucking hallway and I was like, Ethan, I don't know about this. This is fishy. And then he went anyway, and look where it got us. We gotta save our girlfriend so we can go have our family. But they're married, aren't they? And if they aren't married by the end of this, what are we doing? That wasn't dark before. That wasn't dark before. Oh my god, he turned off the lights. This motherfucker. Okay. But I know how to handle these mold creatures with my trusty... What kind of gun is this? G17. I'm locked in, I'm locked in, I'm locked in. Ugh. I have to head this way. I don't like it. He gonna jump me. He gonna jump my ass. Alright, let's go. Is this not the dice? Oh, this is incinerator. My bad. I'm bad with directions. Give me a sec. Okay, where's the dissection room? Oh, is it over by where Jack was? So I go through this way, I go through that way. Okay. It's auto-saving. What's about to happen to me? See, what's with the grandma? This is more moldy than it was before, I think. What the hell? Do I need to go back up this way? Oh yeah, look. There they are. Oh, don't make me have another boss battle in this room. Come on, man. That's just uninspired. No, instead I got a whole new kind of monster. What the fuck is that? With 2 stimulants, that's a 3-hit kill? That's fucking crazy. Hold the fuck on. Little health, but walks on all fours, fast and nimble. Okay. I can aim for his legs. Okay. So I should just ammo dump my detested least favorite enemy. I can see why. I don't like it. Guys! I'm here for you guys. Shotgun him, bro. Okay. I only got 4 ammo left in here. I was just say you're not still alive, are you? Now you're bleeding. Okay. Blam. Prove you're a real man. Stick your hand down this pig's throat. Oh, the deputy.
Ah, no.
Well, how do I do that? Oh. Ew, ew, ew. Ethan, how is your shirt still white? I'm not gonna lie to you. Ew. Oh, there's a snake key.
That pretty little thing will help you find the 2 key cards you're
There
gonna
are
need
key
to join the
cards.
party we're having over here. You gotta earn
This fucking guy. Am I right, lads? Or am I right, lads? What's this thing? You alright, lad? Alright. Why won't they die? Oh my god. How am I out of ammo? That's fucking crazy. Hold on. That has never happened to me before. Knife him. Knife fight. You gotta fight with a knife. Knife fight. You gotta fight for your life. Knife fight. A really sharp knife. Yeah, knife fight. I'm a crazy. I forgot I have those. The other ones. Son of a bitch, I'ma cut you. Swish, swish. Okay, if I can get to my chest, I have gunpowder and I can, fix it. I can fix it. I can get more ammo. Wait, you right? Hold on. Yeah. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this a lot. Okay. I don't really have a lot of ammo on me though. Oh, okay. It leads back around. Cool, 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 cool. They're like, yeah, we want to pull that again on you. You're too smart. Help me! Save me! Okay. We are cooked. Oh. I'll have this fuck-ass pocket knife the fucking cop left me. Oh. I'm grateful for it now. Safe room, help me. Safe room, help me. Okay. Give me this damn gunpowder and give me my leftover ammo. Come on. Okay. I guess if I'm going to somewhere new, I would like to have the stimulants to make sure that I don't miss anything. So there's one upstairs, I'm rather certain. Yeah. Master bedroom. Excuse you. Back up. What the hell? Can you like die? Damn. My gosh. Okay. That's ass. Not awesome sauce, guys. What new horrors await me? Hi, Grandma. Great question. What time are all the other clocks set to? 10:15? Why is that so loud? Why is that so loud? Oh my lord. Oh, here's the grenade launcher thing. Where is that? Why give me a drawer to open and then put nothing in it, huh? That's lame. I see. Hi, Grandma. I might know where that is, but let me... I want them shotgun shells. I don't like that. Why is it closing? Oh, okay. Wonderful. Where the fuck am I?
Oh my god.
I probably stank something fierce in here. Oh! Man. Okay. 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 What? I don't know. Just... There we go. Ah, and this probably leads back to here. Knew it. Okay. The huh? I looked. I didn't see anything. Hold on. Hopefully I can still go back. Let me up. Let me out. Nope. Okay. Well, I guess I have to go around. Let me out. Let me out. This is not a dance. Especially with those fucks, I want this enhanced ammo. Ugh. Yeah, I would have like thrown up like 5 times over if I were even. Where's the shortcut? What am I hearing? What the hell? You are not allowed to scare me like that, you motherfucker. Even with the enhanced ammo, it's taking a handful of hits. Oh my god, help me. Okay. Jump scare. Alright, Ethan? Damn. Okay. Yeah, I could sort things. Oh, I already lockpicked this one. Oh, you right. Hello. I don't even have it on me. Okay. I know there's gunpowder in the room that I got the grenade launcher from. Must be ready for things to pop out at me. Wonder what opening there's a thing in grandma's room that's blocked, I think. Might be of more use. Okay. Do. Nah. But what if it's shotgun ammo? Ugh. Fine. I'll open it. Yippee! It was shotgun ammo! Oh, thank God. Yeah, especially because I'm running low on fucking pistol ammo, which I never thought would happen to me. Check this one. And I checked this one. And it didn't have nothing in it. Checked that thing. I checked over here. I checked in here and I got that thing that was in here. I don't remember what it was at this point, but it was here. That's cool. Just also double check and make sure I didn't miss anything because I'm now at a point where I'm like, I need things. Oh Lord. And that's the grenade launcher. We saw that one. I wish that it wouldn't let me pick it up after I've seen it 5 million times. Like, I should know what's on it already, damn it. And we went this way. Was there a sneak door this way? Where are the other sneak doors? Detention room? Ooh. I felt like there were like a million snake doors, and then now that I have a snake key and I'm opening them, it's like, oh, it's not that many. His name's Lucas, that's his name. Alright. Again, wasn't this bad before. Aw, little gator. April, Mommy took me to the hospital in town and took a photo of my head with a weird machine. Then Mommy bought me a 259-piece puzzle from the toy store. April, stupid Oliver keeps teasing me. You're a crazy head. I lied to Oliver. I told him to come over for my birthday party, then shut him in the attic from the outside by remote control. He kept crying. Let me out, Lucas. What do you mean? I changed the remote control so stupid Zoe can't just go in the attic. I melted one of my inventor's contest trophies. Now she'll never find it. Oh, that was me. Can I take the baseball bat off of it? Or is Ethan like, nah, I don't need it, now I'm different. I have one singular inventory space. It's broken. Oliver Stump is yelling, but sometimes I hear knocking from above. It really stinks. Oh no, he died up there. And some weird juice is dripping from the ceiling. Oh, anyway, since I had time, I changed the remote control trophy again. Now it'll be shiny even at night. Okay. I'm just on the defense like, huh. Huh. What? Oh, an herb. They gonna get me. They're gonna get me. Never mind, I'm fine. Happy birthday. Ah! No! Okay. Got an idea. I'll just take that. And then enhanced handgun ammo, and then what's the model shotgun for? Oh, is this what you meant by have inventory space? Oh. I'm beginning to see what you mean. Okay. Ah ha 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 ha. Let me, Oh, okay. I see, I see. Dude, I'm just like missing everything. Oh my goodness. What puzzle? What puzzle? Wait, what? Like, the puzzle of finding it? What? Oh, okay. Okay, I haven't done that yet, so good, good. Okay. Okay, let's go make inventory space. Ugh. I don't need that right this second. Ah! put away one of these. Okay. Let's see. Okay, let me get back up to the attic. I hope this is enough inventory space. At least it should be enough for the shotgun, if nothing else. But maybe I should put up the snake key, too, while I'm up there. I doubt I'll need it. At least while I'm up in the literal attic. And I can finally have some ammo for my grenade launcher. Let's make a chem fluid, actually. Chem fluid. First aid. Because, yeah, we're hurting right now. I say as I don't immediately, like, apply it. Alright. Nice. I wonder where I'd find that. I mean, I know it's in the yard, but... So I can have both shotguns, I see. What do I do with the axe? I guess it'll come up in a minute. I forgot about the strong chem fluid. I'll get that in a second. Nice. Wait, how do I... Oh, wait, no. Okay. I was about to be minorly confused. Wait. No, how do I remove the bullets from this gun? You can't. Great, okay. Think I have it then. So in that way I can at least get the usage out of this. Every other day You're right, I think I already went through that. So... I don't know why I thought that was a door. That's a window. Dude, with the psycho stimulants, I've seen like everything, and now I'm like, where? Is that everything from up there besides the strong chem fluid? Might be. I guess, did I already use the strong chem fluid and I just don't remember? Might have. I might have made the stronger bullets with it. I think that's what I might have done. I could have sworn there was some up here. Guess I did. Alright. What's in here? Oh, nothing. Okay. Okay. What? Close enough, apparently. Oh, I was right about it opening something, though. I do have slots, thank God. Cool. I don't think anything else is up here. Honestly, I would have literally sat there just like doing it over and over because it wouldn't immediately line up. But then I'm like, I'm just gonna press F and see if that works. And it did, so. No, I want to kill that thing. No, hold on. Ugh, you're lucky you're all the way over there. I guess what's the axe for? I'm just knocking shit over. It's cool. Oh wait, no, I was already on the strong bullets. I do remember the puzzle. Is that what the toy axe is for? Oh, okay. Yippee! What now?
Hey, buddy. Remember, those 2 key cards will get you into the party. Don't be late now.
Let me talk to Mia.
No! You gotta show up first. You haven't
What is his
forgotten where the
problem?
party is, have you? You can get in from the courtyard. So come on, man. Everybody's waiting for you.
This freaking guy. I like how he practices actually good trigger discipline. That's crazy. Like, okay, man, you know a lot for a guy that like probably doesn't really shoot guns. Well, maybe I don't know. I don't know what they do in LA. Well, yeah, no, duh. Hold on. What else takes a small key in this place? Oh, there's something in the old house. I don't know. I literally have zero idea. Besides, like, the stereotypical partying and rich people thing. Don't reload that. Reload. Go to this. How is it still alive? Okay. We got it. I got it. I so got it. Okay. Well, we're down a slot now anyway, so I could put the happy birthday video in here and watch it. Do I want to know what goes on in the happy birthday video? Maybe not, but I guess we'll see. Oh no. Clancy Javis?
You, my friend, you are one lucky son of a bitch. You know, I actually envy you. What? You don't believe me? This toy? Well, you can't fake this.
There's something wrong with you.
It has taken me weeks to finish this, and it is finally ready. And it's all for you.
Who's this guy?
Now, don't be like that. It's gonna be fun. Just you wait.
I don't know. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? What is this?
I'm calling the game. I'd really like to make it out of this room alive and not die a horrible, painful death. I know. It's a temp title. Take a candle, light it, and put it on the cake. And remember to smile. This party is for you.
Fuck you!
Nice job, man. How do we, relight this? Oh, stove. We should turn off the stove, like responsible people. No, I guess we don't care. Going through there immediately extinguishes the flame. Okay. What's hiding in here? I don't like it. Burn them all. Do I get an achievement for this? Get them all. Get them out of here. Bap, bap, bap. I get nothing? Wow. Maybe I gotta get all the balloons. Oh my god, it's gonna kill me. Yeah, I figured it was gonna do something like that. Why would you pull that out? Oh my god. Quit pulling these things out. Okay. I don't get to keep the nail. Hmm. Here. Okay. Hmm. You can read what that says. What if I put the candle away before I walk through? Happy fucking birthday. I know. Back up. It might explode. Oh, never mind. What is it? What? Okay, wait. Where am I supposed to get these codes from? Look around, I guess. This is not well frosted. So there's like Mother Miranda looking. There's a clown.
Ah, fucking disgusting. Ugh.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Nope.
This is gross.
Might as well just be like, let me die. You can't see nothing in this. Polarizing filter? Oh my god, I forgot about the ads. What? I'm not comprehending. I don't know. Oh, wait. I'm seeing something. Baby something. Can the middle one be baby? No. It's certainly something. Hmm. Yeah, okay, nope. I'm trying to like tilt my head to the side to see if that makes this any better. Baby? Something. Scorpion, I think. Baby? Something. Scorpion. Apparently not. Okay. Is that not what that looks like though? You're killing me. Is it like not on the side of this? Is it somewhere else? Oh, what's this? No, I need the thing. Very much elsewhere. Okay. Could I hold it under there? Oh, that actually works. Okay. I didn't think that would work. Well, obviously I can see that, so I don't think that the guy would need to zoom in to see that. But where can we look? Is it out here? Where can we use a telescope at? Plus it's a polarizing filter specifically? Which is what's odd to me. I guess that's supposed to help filter out light and stuff like glare. And so I'm like, I don't know how that would work. Will dry off. I can't make it get gunky again. Where am I looking for patterns at? I need to light the cake. Can't get under the table. I need a broom. I'm not built for this. Hold on. Could I like... Huh? That's like a... That looks weird in the corner. I don't know, this is weird. I feel like these scuff marks have some sort of importance, but because they're like repeated, I feel like they also don't. Could I like use it on this? This tell me anything? I mean, I feel like this wouldn't be here for like no reason. Oh my god! Okay. Ballerina. Okay. 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 That's not a ballerina. I just didn't connect it that, yeah, the screens are bright. That's like half of the point of the screen. Hard to the touch. Lou? Oh, you. Me. Oh no. Just driving my fans crazy. One game at a time. One puzzle at a time, really. Okay, what can I do? It says you. I just can't read. So, what do I do with this? I'm assuming I have to take this. Where the code at, though? No, okay. Okay, it can't be you because that's too short. It needs to be 5 letters long. Could I like set it on fire or would that kill me? No, it would still get put out. So, no, that's too many letters. Okay. What's with this wall? What's with this wall? Why it like that? We're letting so much gas into the house. Wait, I have this key wind-up thing. What is this for? Doesn't fit over there. I don't think it'd fit over here. What's the key thing for? I'm sorry. Okay. Stained with oil. Oh, that's oil in there. Just toss the candle onto the oil, bro. I'm really bad with puzzles, okay? Hold on. I already did that. Got the thing. Where could I possibly find a code that's 5 letters long? Because it won't even let me attempt it unless I know. Let me see. Okay, you won't even let me try. This is bullshit. Oh yeah, I know. I know. Just hang on. What am I looking for? Nah, they just got the landlord special on these walls. What's this? Okay, that doesn't help. What? Okay. Hold on. Hang on. They're like anything on this? No. I already have several ideas as to what the password is, but I'm not allowed to type it unless it's written right in front of me. Apparently. I'm not even allowed to go try. It's bullshit. It can't be here. It's too short. Can I like break this? No. Is the password hot to— the guy's sighing already. He's sick of me too. Hold on. Hold on. What are these? Are these cameras? Probably. Ow. That's bright. Why are there a bunch of scuff marks here? I think I'm looking too far into it. What? Oh, my brain hurts. Okay. What? Where? What do you mean? Wait. Like, because this is all scuffed. Am I supposed to put this back? No, I'm not allowed to use it. That's stupid. You can call me Brewster, though. That is my username on several handful of places. What did I even suggest? I don't even remember. Can't break this, I don't think. Not strong enough for that. It won't even let me guess at it. So what was the other thing that I said? Something fits here. Is it this? Oh, okay. Tell me the password, please. Wait, he's writing it. Wait, wait, wait. Wait. Oh my god. 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 Take the pen. Take the pen. Take. Okay. What do I, how do I get another finger? Crap. Ugh. Wait. I can't even use the doll for anything. Well, put it in there anyway. God. Where's a finger? Where can I get a finger at? Can I, like, melt the candle and make it a finger? No, it wouldn't let me do that. Crap! No! Can it, like, scrape it into the wood, maybe? Ugh! I notice it's missing a finger. Where could a finger be? Where is its finger? What if it could, like, get stuff on its finger and, like, write it out that way? I don't know. Kidnapped finger. Okay. Could I light the stick thing on fire, or would that set me on fire? I can set the stick thing on fire. Oh my god. That's what you meant. That's what you meant. Okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. Take the pen. Take the pen, right. Go. Go. Oh my god.
What the fuck is this? What are you doing?
Let me go.
Oh, man. No.
Ah! Ah! Ow! Oh! Ow! 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 Okay. Okay. I can just check my arm at any time for the password. Yeah, this is fucking... Okay, great. Alright. I'm so sorry. answer's like right there, and I'm like, I don't understand. Oh, hello. Go. Let me in here. I'm done with this. Give me this. Okay, okay, okay. This poor guy, though. This is gonna be so infected. I'm gonna be cooked. Oh, I guess I can't check his arm anymore. Uh-oh. Thank you, thank you. Oh my god. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Oh, bro, back up. Well, turn the fire back. Turn it. Well, quit your hollering. I could have done that.
Happy birthday!
How did the camera not melt? That's my question. Okay, hold on. Can I turn on the water and like survive, or is that not possible? No? Okay. Well, I would have just been built different, personally. How do I get out of here? There we go. That took so freaking long. For like literally no reason. Okay, I've been live for almost 4 freaking hours. Holy balls. I gotta eat dinner soon, guys, so I think I'm gonna leave it there. But that's enormous amounts of progress. Huge. So, wait, actually, let me find the shadow puzzle thing we were talking about. Wait. Before I forget it, because I will log back on next time and totally forget it exists. Wait, where it at? Shadow puzzle. I think I remember something like that. Hold on. Where is it? Excuse me. Oh. I don't want to go in there. I don't think so. I think if I go in there, my ass is not saving for like 2 business days. Okay, let me see. Is it in here? Nah. Where is it? I remember seeing something. Maybe? No? Oh, aha! Haha! Woo! Even faster reload speed. I'm stronger. I'm getting stronger by the second. Alright, cool. I'll leave it there though. So let's put this back. Awesome sauce. Okay. Oh. Whew. Here's to hoping I don't do that horribly on any other puzzles because that's crazy. Oh my god. I was like, ah, nah, it's like a voodoo doll thing. If I burn it, it'll kill me. Like, no. I forgot I made myself freaked out. Hold on. Wait, go back. Be normal. Wait, be normal. Wait, be normal. There we go. If I tab into OBS, it doesn't want to change things. There we go. Okay. Holy shitballs. Oh, that was some solid progress, though. If I were to edit this into a video, perchance it wouldn't be, like, horrible or something. I do not want to continue my game. No, 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 no. Go back. Okay. Well, I need to go, like, stand up with something. Ay, Dios mío. Ooh, so thank y'all for joining me. I could probably do this again tomorrow, because, I mean, how close am I to beating the game at this? Probably like halfway, maybe. I still have to deal with the mom. The mom's for sure dead, but Jack didn't do the whole dissolving into nothing thing. So he's still alive, according to what you said. He'll just be back later. Halfway? Okay. See, I'm so smart. I knew it. Alright. I think it was just slow going in the beginning because I was being a little too cautious. But we got this. We got this. It's fine. I just need to hold on to my shotgun shells and we'll be fine. If I'm live again today, it's probably gonna be just some casual Stardew. Yeah. Thank you for your pointers. I probably would have been stuck on that section for fucking ever. Just spend the rest of my time like, how do I get out of here? I would have to look it up and feel real stupid. Oh, alright. I think that's gonna be it for today, though. So thank you for showing up. Have a good day, everybody. Bye. Wait, actually, let me see. Is anyone live right now that I know that doesn't have 5 million viewers? Wait. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Nope. Okay.